The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Senator Buck. Senator Cannizzaro. Senator Daley. Senator Dignate. Senator Dondero-Loop. Senator Flores. Senator Goicoechea. Senator Hammond. Senator Hansen. Senator Harris. Senator Krasner. Senator Lang. Senator Neal. Senator Wynn. Senator Orenshaw. Senator Pizzina. Senator Scheibel. Senator Sievers-Gansert. Senator Spearman. Senator Stone. Senator Titus.
Let the record reflect there are 21 senators present. Please rise for the prayer by Pastor Bruce Henderson, Airport Road Church of Christ, Carson City, Nevada, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Shall we pray? Our dear Heavenly Father, we take this moment to be still, to take a deep breath, and to ask to be refreshed and regenerated in order to accomplish the tasks still to come. Lord, I especially ask a special blessing upon all the staff in this building, as well as in other places, who are doing all the work at hand that could not be done without them. And, as the Apostle Paul instructed the people in Corinth, let all that you do be done in love. May that truly be so, even here. I pray in your loving name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order of Business 3, reading and approval of the journal. By previous order of the Senate, the reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the President and Secretary are authorized to make necessary corrections and additions. Order of Business 4, reports of committees.
Mr. President, your Committee on Education, to which were referred Assembly Bills numbers 285, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Roberta Lang, Chair, and Assembly Bill number 65 was reported out yesterday. Mr. President, your Committee on Finance, to which were referred Assembly Bills numbers 520, 521, and 522, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation do pass. Also, signed, Senator Marilyn Dondero-Loop, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Government Affairs, to which was referred Assembly Bill number 465, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation do pass. Signed, Senator Edgar Flores, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Assembly Bill number 114, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Fabian Dignate, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Judiciary, to which were referred Assembly Bills numbers 49, 75, 340, 444, and 452, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Melanie Scheibel, Chair. End of reports.
Order of Business 6, messages from the Assembly.
Assembly Chamber, Carson City, May 24th, 2023. To the Honorable the Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly on this day passed Senate Bills numbers 404 and 415. Also, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly on this day passed as amended Assembly Bill number 463. Also, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly amended and on this day passed as amended Senate Bill number 14, Amendment number 633, Senate Bill number 34, Amendments numbers 543 and 711, Senate Bill number 61, Amendment number 590, Senate Bill number 63, Amendment number 632, Senate Bill number 78, Amendment number 684, Senate Bill number 81, Amendment number 583, Senate Bill number 172, Amendment number 574, Senate Bill number 208, Amendment number 626, Senate Bill number 239, Amendment 715, Senate Bill number 249, Amendment 682, Senate Bill number 272, Amendment 628, Senate Bill 289, Amendment 635, Senate Bill 292, Amendment 603, Senate Bill 309, Amendment 589, Senate Bill 331, Amendment 627, Senate Bill 334, Amendment 596, Senate Bill 346, Amendment 595, Senate Bill 355, Amendment 669, Senate Bill 363, Amendment 629, Senate Bill 378, Amendment 636, Senate Bill 386, Amendment 678, Senate Bill 407, Amendment 637, Senate Bill 417, Amendment 702, Senate Bill 422, Amendment 547, Senate Bill 423, Amendment 592, Senate Joint Resolution 3, Amendment 536, and respectfully request your honorable body to concur in said amendments. Signed, Carol A. Alasala, Assistant Chief Clerk of the Assembly. End of messages.
Order of business 8, waivers and exemptions.
Notice of exemption, May 25th, 2023. The Fiscal Analysis Division, pursuant to Joint Standing Rule 14.6, has determined the eligibility for exemption of Assembly Bill Number 452. Signed, Wayne Thorley, Fiscal Analysis Division. End of notices.
Order of business 9, motions, resolutions, and notices. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Assembly Joint Resolutions Numbers 1, 5, and 1 of the 81st session and Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 5 be taken from their positions on the resolution file and placed on the resolution file for the next legislative day.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Assembly Bills Numbers 11, 32, 33, 44, 55, 74, 86, 91, 97, 107, 120, 124, 143, 159, 175, 177, 183, 188, 191, 220, 250, 275, 284, 309, 334, 339, 342, 350, 356, 398, 405, 423, and 432 be taken from their positions on general file and placed on general file for the next legislative day.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill Number 51 be taken from its position on general file and placed on the Secretary's desk for purposes of possible amendment.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bills Numbers 237 and 408 be taken from the Secretary's desk and placed at the bottom of general file on the first agenda.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
That concludes Order of Business 9.
Order of business 10, introduction, first reading, and reference.
Senate Bill 504, an emergency request of the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Cannizzaro, makes an appropriation to the Office of Energy and the Office of the Governor for a program to reduce energy use by and emissions resulting from certain activities of state agencies. End of bill.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to refer Senate Bill 505 to the Committee on Finance.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Assembly Bill 463, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, revises provisions governing child care facilities and certain child care programs. End of bill.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to refer AB 463 to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
You've heard the referral. If there are no objections, so ordered.
That concludes Order of Business 10.
Order of business 12, second reading.
Assembly Bill 39, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Commerce and Labor, revises provisions relating to contracts for work concerning certain residential improvements. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 539, proposed by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, move that the Senate adopt Amendment 539 to Assembly Bill 39.
You've heard the motion. Senator Spearman.
Amendment 539 to Assembly Bill 39 does the following. Provides that non-compliant contracts with single-family residents are either avoidable or can be reasonably conformed by the owner. Removes provisions addressing contracts executed before October 1, 2023. Deletes a clause stating that the non-compliance renders a contract voidable by the owner and exempts contractors with specific relief from providing written information on down payments for residential improvement contracts.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 39 as amended is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and the general file.
Assembly Bill 198, introduced by Assemblyman Orntlicher, revises provisions governing health care. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 641, proposed by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Move that the Senate adopt Amendment 641 to Assembly Bill 198.
You've heard the motion. Senator Spearman.
Amendment 641 to Assembly Bill 198 does the following. It clarifies a certified registered nurse anesthetist working under the supervision of a licensed physician is authorized to order, prescribe, possess, and administer controlled substances, poisonous, dangerous drugs, and devices to treat a person under the care of a licensed physician in a critical access hospital before, during, and after surgery or childbirth.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 198 as amended is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and in the general file.
That concludes Order Business 12 on the first agenda.
Order Business 13, general file.
Assembly Bill 22, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Commerce and Labor, revises provisions governing the issuance of cease and desist orders for unlicensed activity by the State Contractors Board. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. End of bill.
Senator Daley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 22 revises the actions the State Contractors Board is authorized or required to take after the issuance of a cease and desist order. After issuing such an order to a person for acting as a contractor or submitting a bid on a job without a contractor's license, the board must issue an administrative citation and impose an administrative fine if the violation is the first violation and does not involve fraud or theft. For a second or subsequent violation, or for a first violation involving fraud or theft, the board must issue an administrative citation, impose an administrative fine, report the violation for possible criminal prosecution, or take both actions. Thank you.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of AB 22. Like one of the bills we heard yesterday, this will help the Contractors Board deal with the very serious situation of illegal, unlicensed contractors. They've been trying for a long time to come up with some remedies, and it looks like we're getting a lot closer. I want to also thank the State Contractors Board for aggressively pursuing these necessary tools to help in this effort. So I urge my colleagues to support Assembly Bill 22. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 21. The noes are 0. AB 22 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 34, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Natural Resources, revises provisions relating to water. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 13 into Section 13. End of bill.
Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 34 revises certain provisions relating to the state engineer's public notice requirements. The bill eliminates the statutory requirement that certain notices be published consecutively and adds a requirement for the state engineer to post certain notices on the website of the Division of Water Resources. The bill also removes the requirement that certain maps relating to water rights be on Mylar or tracing linen. The effective date, October 1st, 23. It will help with the bookkeeping in the state engineer's office.
Any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. Yeses are 21, the noes are 0. AB 34 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 52, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Government Affairs, makes various changes to the open meeting law. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 20, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023. End of bill.
Senator Daley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 52 makes various changes to the open meeting law, including clarifying what constitutes a meeting of a public body. The bill specifies that non-voting members are not counted for purposes of determining a quorum of a public body, and unless all members of the body must be elected officials. If a vacancy occurs in the voting membership of a public body, the necessary quorum and number of votes necessary to act on a matter is reduced as though the voting membership does not include the vacancy. The bill changes the notice requirements for a meeting to consider administrative action against a person and provides that a quorum reduction provision in the Nevada Ethics and Government Law applies to all public bodies in the state. The bill makes conforming changes to include remote technology system as one means by which public bodies may conduct meetings and exempts from the open meeting law committees created by city councils or the Secretary of State to draft arguments and rebuttals for ballot questions. Finally, it provides that library foundations and educational foundations are not subject to open meeting law unless they otherwise meet a certain definition of a public body.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. I think when I saw this, the yeas were 13, the noes were 7. Okay, we're going to open the roll again on AB 52. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 13, the noes are 7. AB 52 has received the constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 54, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Education, makes various changes relating to education. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 47, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 54 makes various provisions regarding school attendance and related topics. Amongst other items, the bill revises certain provisions concerning compulsory school attendance and student absences, requires school districts to monitor and report chronic absenteeism, and allows them to adopt a chronic absenteeism policy, revises the circumstances under which a pupil may be declared habitually truant, requires the use of average daily enrollment for purposes of apportionment, requires the membership of an advisory board to review school attendance to reflect the greatest extent possible the ethnic and geographic diversity of the relevant county, eliminates a reporting requirement regarding students who receive free or reduced price meals, authorize hospitals and other facilities to provide certain educational services to a child, request reimbursement from the school district or charter school in which the child is enrolled, and revises the method for calculating such reimbursement, and authorizes certain notices and other communications to be made electronically.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 54 has received the constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 70, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Natural Resources, revises provisions relating to the uses of certain fees for a game tag. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023, and a bill.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 70 revises provisions relating to the use of proceeds collected from the $3 game tag application processing fee. Specifically, the bill requires the Department of Wildlife to use such proceeds as directed by the applicant for either developing and implementing a program for the lethal removal of predatory wildlife or developing and implementing an annual program for the improvement of wildlife habitat and research or management activities beneficial to non-predatory game species.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 70 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 121, introduced by Assemblywoman Considine, etc., revises provisions relating to incarcerated persons. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 9, end of Section 9, end of bill.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 121 revises provisions related to incarcerated persons. The Department of Corrections under this bill would be required to provide an offender with the original physical copy of any mail addressed to the offender that they are entitled and allowed to receive. The department and the city or county jails and detention facilities would be required to provide notification within 24 hours to certain persons concerning an incarcerated person's critical medical condition if that incarcerated person was required to stay in a medical facility overnight. If the incarcerated person's medical condition does not require an overnight stay in a medical facility, the department and or any city or county jails or detention facilities would be required to provide the incarcerated person with the opportunity to make a telephone call to a relative, a friend, or other person regarding their health status within 4 hours after their return to the facility where they are incarcerated. Lastly, this bill requires the Department of Corrections to ensure that if an offender requires prescription medications, the prescription will be filled in a timely manner.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. Yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 121 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 172, introduced by Assemblywoman Anderson, etc., and Senator Daley, revises provisions governing collective bargaining for certain employees. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 3 and Section 3, end of bill.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 172 requires each school district to semi-annually provide each employee organization recognized by that school district certain contact information for each employee of the bargaining unit represented by the employee organization, unless the school district and the employee organization agree on a different schedule. The bill also specifies that the information is confidential and is not a public record. If a school district employee notifies the district that he or she does not want the district to provide his or her information to the employee organization, the school district must not provide the information to the employee organization, but must still provide it to the Government Employee Management Relations Board when requested by order of that board. Additionally, Assembly Bill 172 makes matters relating to parking and transportation mandatory subjects of collective bargaining between the executive branch of state government and employee organizations that represent classified employees.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 13. The noes are 7. AB 172 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 193, introduced by Assemblywoman Gonzalez, etc., and Senators Orenshaw and Nguyen, revises provisions relating to custodial interrogations of children. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2024. End of bill.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 193 prohibits a peace officer or other person authorized to conduct a custodial interrogation of a child from knowingly making a materially false statement about evidence that is reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response from the child, or making any express or implied promise to a child of leniency or advantage that the peace officer or other person conducting the investigation lacks the authority to make. These provisions also apply to a child who is certified for criminal proceedings as an adult or whose offense does not fall under the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. In addition, a statement by a child obtained in violation of this provision is presumed to be involuntary and inadmissible in any criminal or juvenile proceeding. However, the state may overcome this presumption by proving by preponderance of the evidence that the statement was voluntary, reliable, and not induced. Finally, this bill provides certain exceptions to this prohibition if there's an imminent threat to life or property. The bill is effective July 1, 2024.
Are there any remarks on the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 15, the noes are 5. AB 193 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 213, introduced by Assemblywoman Howdiggy, revises provisions governing residential zoning. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 16 into subsection 2 under bill.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 213 revises provisions relating to the adoption of measures concerning affordable housing in certain cities and counties. In addition, on or before July 1st of 2024, the governing body of each county and city must enact certain ordinances related to affordable housing projects. The measure provides that certain deadlines related to land use planning that apply to counties will also apply to cities. The bill also requires a governing body of certain cities or counties to publish on their website a list of applications related to land use planning in areas zoned for residential housing. Such governing bodies must annually submit a plan with specified information relating to housing to the Housing Division of the Department of Business and Industry and the Advisory Committee on Housing. The Housing Division must compile and post such reports on its website.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 18, the noes are 2. AB 213 has received the constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 231, introduced by Assemblywoman Backus, revises various provisions of the Uniform Commercial Code. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 112, end of Section 112, end of bill.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 231 enacts amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code, which is a set of uniform laws governing commercial transactions. Among other things, the bill revises provisions related to various emerging technologies, including transactions involving controllable electronic records, certain electronic payment rights, chattel paper, certain digital currencies, and controllable electronic accounts.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 13, the noes are 7. AB 231 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 439, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Commerce and Labor, revises provisions governing certain contracts of insurance. People of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 22 into Section 22, end of bill. Oh. Excuse me, I'm on the wrong bill. Try that again. Assembly Bill 262, introduced by Assemblyman Watts, revises provisions relating to state-owned vehicles. People of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2.5, end of Section 2.5, end of bill.
Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 262 requires, to the extent practicable, state agencies to give preference to purchasing automobiles that minimize emissions and the total cost of the automobile over its service life. The bill also requires state agencies to give preference to purchasing motor vehicle fuel blended with ethanol to the extent practicable, and to ensure diesel-powered automobiles, if purchased, are capable of using certain biodiesel fuel blends. The agencies must maintain records on the type of fuel used by each vehicle purchased, and the Fleet Services Division of the Department of Administration must maintain such records for all vehicles assigned to the division. Lastly, the bill declares that it is the public policy goal of this state to pursue and support, to the extent practicable, a transition of all publicly owned vehicles to vehicles that emit zero tailpipe emissions by the year 2050.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just sent to everybody, actually all the senators, an email. In it, it has to do with this bill. It's a fascinating example of what's going on in the world when it comes to carbon emissions. It is a report by the British Broadcasting Corporation. It is entitled, Report China Emissions Exceed All Developed Nations Combined. Now, we had a very robust discussion on this floor yesterday about a $6 billion school bill, and rightfully so. But the amount of money that we are spending in not only Nevada but across the country to reduce our carbon emissions is in the hundreds of billions and will ultimately exceed, it'll go into the $1 trillion range. Now, why do I bring that up now? There are many people in this room who are understandably deeply concerned about the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In the United States, we peaked out in 2016. We were at 1,600 million metric tons at that time. We've cut that by 400 million metric tons. But if you look at that graph, what you'll see is why we have been doing these sorts of things, which raise costs substantially, and especially on the energy sector for people that are on the poorer side of things. China has actually exceeded now, they're at 3,000 million metric tons. Now, if we were to cut 100% in Nevada, we were to literally eliminate our carbon footprint completely, it would be 1 million metric ton, a single one. In the last 20 years, China has now produced, in a single year, they will produce more carbon dioxide than the United States does in 1 year. 3 times what we do in a single year. And we are absolutely hamstringing our industries. So I know this bill doesn't deal with those bigger issues, and I will address this much further when we get to Order of Business 16. But I think we better look at these kind of things very, very carefully, because I believe we are literally witnessing the greatest swindle in the history of mankind. We are spending millions and billions of dollars trying to cut our carbon emissions. At the same time, China is openly expanding theirs in ways that we can't even fathom. Just for example, in the last 2 years, they have now built 1,200 new coal-fired power plants. Coal, the very worst. At the same time, too, they are promising the world that they are switching to a green energy economy when they do nothing of the sort. But anyway, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on that, and I will address that further when we get to Order of Business 16. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 15, the noes are 5. AB 262 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 272, introduced by Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, establishes provisions relating to mail theft. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 under Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2 of this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023. End of bill.
Senator Stone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Assembly Bill 272 establishes the crime of mail theft. A person who commits mail theft is guilty of a Category D felony with a prison term of 1 to 4 years and a fine of up to $5,000 and must pay restitution. A person commits the crime of mail theft if the person, knowingly, willfully, and with the intent to deprive, injure, damage, or defraud another, takes, destroys, hides, or embezzles mail or obtains any mail by fraud or deception, buys, receives, conceals, or possesses mail and knows or reasonably should have known that the mail was unlawfully taken or obtained, buys, receives, conceals, or possesses a United States Postal Service key that provides access to mail certain mail receptacles, or a counterfeit device or key designed to provide access to the lock mechanism of such mail receptacles, or knowingly, willfully, and with the intent to steal the mail inside, damages, opens, tears down, takes, or destroys any mail receptacle. The effective date of this bill is on July 1st, 2023. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 272 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 291, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Judiciary, revises provisions relating to the prosecution of certain crimes. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023. End of bill.
Senator Orenshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 291 revises provisions related to the crime of swindling. The state is not required to establish that all the acts constituting the crime occurred in this state or within a single city under this bill. The bill further provides that it is not a defense that a person did not commit all the acts constituting the crime within this state or within a single city, county, or local jurisdiction of this state. If passed, the bill will be effective on July 1st of this year.
Are there any remarks from this floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 291 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 305, introduced by Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, revises provisions governing public works. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 3, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2024. End of bill.
Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 305 requires that, to the extent practicable, on a public work project, at least 2% of the hours of labor for vertical construction that is required to be performed by apprentices must be performed by women, and at least 1% of the hours of labor for horizontal construction that is required to be performed by apprentices be performed by women. Finally, the bill requires the State Apprenticeship Council to review at least once every 2 years the policies of an apprenticeship program that does not provide enough apprentices who are women to enable a contractor or subcontractor to meet the percentage of hours of labor required to be performed by women.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Assembly Bill 305. The problem with the bill is it's going after the wrong people. Contractors are not the ones that run the apprenticeship programs. When we punish contractors in this bill, you're actually doing it to the people who have nothing to do with the apprenticeship program. If you want to get after the people that are supposedly discriminating against women, you're going after the wrong people. Contractors aren't the ones that run the apprenticeship programs. Secondly, the contractors get their labor supply through collective bargaining agreements, and they don't have the right to make a selection on whether what minority category the union hall wants to send them. Example, in northern Nevada, there are right now in the apprenticeship programs, there are 1,147 total apprentices, only 36 of which are women that would qualify to work on these prevailing wage projects. It's physically impossible for the contractor to comply with this law. And while we do have a clause in there of a rebuttable presumption, you're holding people guilty, potentially guilty, for something they have absolutely no control over. So this bill needs to be rethought out because you're going after the wrong people. We have nothing, as contractors, we have nothing to do with how many females or whatever go into the apprenticeship programs. So just on common sense too, we talk sometimes occasionally about the glass ceiling and how women have broke through the glass ceiling. Look, I've been a contractor now for 37 years. I'm a plumber. blue-collar worker. It is hard, dirty, physical work a great deal of the time. And frankly, the number of women that have entered the trades is extremely small. I've employed hundreds of plumbers, and I've probably employed 3 or 4 women in that window of time. And I've gladly, right now, there is an absolute labor shortage. If I had women who wanted to work for me, and I did just recently, had her for about 6 months, and she got a cleaner, nicer, new construction job rather than doing the type of work my plumbers do. But I would gladly hire women right now. The reality is, it's not the type of glass ceiling that anybody talks about. The number of women that are entering construction, whether it's sheetrocking, framing, electrical work, roofing, plumbing, HVAC work, is very, very minimal. So while we want to encourage those women who want to do that, to join those apprenticeship programs, fine and dandy. But don't punish the people that have absolutely nothing to do with the people that are hiring and allowing people to go into apprenticeship programs. You're going after the wrong people in this bill. I would urge my colleagues to vote no on Assembly Bill 305 because of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Severs-Gansert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Assembly Bill 305. I have an undergraduate degree in engineering. There were very few women at the time when I was getting my degree, and I think sometimes it takes encouragement for women to go into those fields, whether they're STEM at a higher education level or whether it's an apprenticeship level, and I think there are a lot of women who are interested in these trades that may not have the opportunity. This bill was amended to add to the extent practicable to it, so it really encourages that we bring more women into the fields, but does not require it, and if I wrote down the stats right, I think when there was a mention of how many people are in apprenticeship programs, it exceeded 3%. It was almost 4% women. So thank you.
Senator Daley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also in support of 305, I worked on the amendment with all due respect to my friend from Senate District 14. It does shift the responsibility away from the contractors onto the apprenticeship programs. It is a rebuttable presumption, but the program would have to prove they had people available, and the contractor didn't ask. Every contractor is going to ask under this. It is going to create and encourage more people to utilize women if they are available, and it shifts it back to the program. If they're unable to supply the number of women to meet the goal, the State Apprenticeship Council is then going to hopefully give them recommendations, and all of that focus is going to shift over to recruiting, which was my goal with the amendment as well. And then as far as the hiring provisions and a collective bargaining agreement, and every agreement I've negotiated and familiar with, there's a provision in there, and irregardless of whether the provision is there or not, it's not applicable under federal law. It's not an excuse under federal law. If there's a federal law or a state law that requires the use of disadvantaged or minority people, you can request them out of order of any hiring all procedures. So that's not an exact fact that my colleague from 14 was saying either. But for his edification, I just wanted to clear the record. Thank you.
Any other remarks? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 16, the noes are 4. AB 305 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 364, introduced by Assemblywoman Cohen, etc., revises provisions governing the Board of Medical Examiners. The people of the State of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 4, the Act becomes effective upon passage and approval into bill.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 364 increases from 9 to 11 the number of members of the Board of Medical Examiners by adding one member who is a physician assistant and one member who is a practitioner of respiratory care. The bill is effective upon passage and approval. The provisions revising the membership of the board do not affect the current appointment of any person who, before the effective date of the bill, is a member of the board. Each member continues to serve until the expiration of his or her term or until the member vacates his or her office, whichever occurs first.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 15, the noes are 5. AB 364 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 371, introduced by Assemblywoman Cohen, etc., and Senator Orenshaw, makes various changes relating to parentage. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 136, end of Section 136, end of bill.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 371 enacts the provisions of the Uniform Parentage Act, which is a set of uniform laws governing parentage and the establishment of parent and child relationships. Among other things, the bill revises various provisions relating to proceedings to adjudicate parentage and provisions relating to assisted reproduction and gestational agreements. The State Board of Health is authorized to adopt regulations relating to acknowledgement of parentage or denial of parentage. The bill establishes provisions concerning the voluntary acknowledgement and denial of parentage by certain persons and provisions concerning genetic testing and proceedings to adjudicate parentage. The bill also establishes and revises provisions relating to assisted reproduction and gestational agreements, including requiring written acknowledgement of parties to such agreements concerning the parentage of any child and the right of a gestational carrier to make all health care decisions regarding the gestational carrier and the pregnancy of the gestational carrier. Gender-neutral language in the UPA is used in the bill to set forth the circumstances in which a parent and child relationship is established and the circumstances in which a person is presumed to be a parent of a child. Finally, the bill repeals provisions of existing law that are not necessary because of the establishment of the provisions modeled after those of the UPA. The bill is effective October 1, 2023.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. I'm sorry, did you want to change your vote? We're going to do it again? Okay, all right, let's open the roll. Senator Neal. Oh, there we go, okay. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 13, the noes are 7. AB 371 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 373, introduced by Assemblywoman Gorlo, etc., revises provisions relating to deceptive trade practices. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 5, this act becomes effective on July 1, 2023, end of bill.
Senator Stone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 373 revises provisions relating to deceptive trade practices. If the Attorney General has reason to believe that a person is engaged or is engaging in a deceptive trade practice, the bill authorizes the Attorney General to obtain appropriate relief, including the recovery of a civil penalty, disgorgement, restitution, or the recovery of damages. A civil penalty that may be recovered if the court finds that the person has willfully engaged in a deceptive trade practice is increased from $5,000 to $15,000. The bill increases from $12,500 to $25,000, the additional maximum civil penalty for each violation if the deceptive trade practice was directed toward an elderly person or a minor, and from $12,500 to $15,000 if directed towards a disabled person. This bill also requires an indictment for all offenses involving the commission of any deceptive trade practice that is punishable as a felony. Finally, this bill clarifies that the amendatory provisions apply to an offense committed before July 1st, 2023 if the applicable statute of limitations has commenced but has not yet expired on or after July 1st, 2023. This bill is effective on July 1st, 2023. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. AB 373 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 391, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Government Affairs, revises provisions governing public works. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 8, this act becomes effective upon passage and approval. End of bill.
Senator Daley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 391 authorizes a local government to enter into a pre-hire agreement for a public work. Any such pre-hire agreement may contain a preference for hiring labor on the public work to local residents who meet certain criteria. This authority does not apply if any federal statute regulation precludes the granting of federal assistance or reduces the amount that assistance for a particular public work. Finally, the bill clarifies that this authority shall not be construed to authorize a contractor on a public work to pay any worker on the public work less than the applicable prevailing wage.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll see if I get my fat thumbs working here right. I rise in opposition to the bill. Clearly, I'm all about hiring local labor, but really all this is project labor agreements in advance. It really doesn't work in the rural areas, although we'd love to put those people to work. It's truly all about unions, and that typically doesn't put people to work. Thank you.
Any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 13, the noes are 7. AB 391 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 437, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Commerce and Labor, limits the amount and circumstances under which a provider of health care may charge for filling out certain forms associated with certain leaves of absence. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. End of bill.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 439.
We're on 430.
I'm sorry, wrong one. Never mind.
AB 437. Okay, so yes, I think Senator Stone.
Happy to present it. Assembly Bill 437 prohibits a healthcare provider from charging a person who is a patient that the provider has treated in the past 3 years for completing a form for certification required by an employer pursuant to Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993. For persons who have not been treated by the healthcare provider for the same period, the providers are prohibited from charging more than $25 for completing such forms. This bill is effective October 1st, 2023.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of AB 437. Although it may be well intended, the unfortunate reality of filling forms are that it does take time, and in many medical practices with a large number of patients, there may be hours spent filling out these forms for different employees and different patients. Some practices actually have to hire somebody to do this. And to tell us that we cannot get reimbursed for our time to do that is absolutely wrong. Many folks in this building are attorneys, and they have to fill out forms. All businesses have to fill out forms, and there is a time commitment to do that. Why we cannot get reimbursed for our time is just unimaginable to me. I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 15, the noes are 5. AB 437 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Assembly Bill 439, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Commerce and Labor, revises provisions governing certain contracts of insurance. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 22 and Section 22 and a bill.
Senator Daley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 439 provides that no arbitration provision in certain health insurance policies is binding upon any person insured under the contract with specified exceptions. If a policy contains such a provision, it must include a statement that the provision is not binding. The measure also repeals certain provisions related to arbitration and certain health insurance contracts.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Severs-Gansert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to AB 439. This would be one of the only instance where you could have arbitration and not have a binding agreement. Thank you.
Any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 14, the noes are 6. AB 439 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Senate Bill 237, introduced by Health and Human Services, revises provisions relating to crisis intervention. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 535, proposed by the Senate Committee on Finance.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt Amendment 535 to Senate Bill 237.
You've heard the motion. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 535 to Senate Bill 237 revises the requirement that telecommunication companies and providers collecting the surcharge report to the division on or before July 1, 2023, the average number of lines that met the requirements to be subject to the surcharge for each month last calendar year. It makes conforming changes to ensure the amended definitions of access line and trunk line apply to this requirement and revises the effective date of the bill.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The amendment is passed. Senator Harris. Are there any other amendments?
I have amendment number 663, proposed by Senator Harris, which is consistent with amendment number 535.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt Amendment 663 to Senate Bill 237.
You've heard the motion. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 663 to Senate Bill 237 requires the Division of Public and Behavioral Health of the Department of Health and Human Services to support the implementation of a hotline under certain circumstances by supporting the provision of crisis stabilization services at hospitals that hold endorsements as crisis stabilization centers.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The amendment passes. Are there any further amendments?
I have amendment number 729, proposed by Senator Harris. This amendment is consistent with amendments 535 and 633 and will remove the two-thirds majority vote requirement on this bill.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last one, I promise. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt Amendment number 729 to Senate Bill 237.
You've heard the motion. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 729 to Senate Bill 237 removes the department's ability to promulgate rules to adjust the assessment rate according to CPI.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The amendment passes. Are there any further amendments?
There are none.
Okay, SB 237 is ready for final action.
Senate Bill 237, introduced by the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services, revises provisions relating to crisis intervention. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any other amendments?
There are none. Section 5, this act becomes effective upon passage and approval. End of bill.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. After all of that, Senate Bill 237 requires the State Board of Health to impose a surcharge of 35 cents for each line on certain mobile communication services, IP-enabled voice services, and landline telephone services to fund the operations of a suicide prevention and mental health crisis hotline. Additionally, the bill requires the Division of Public and Behavioral Health at the Department of Health and Human Services to support the implementation of such a hotline by supporting the provisions of crisis stabilization services provided at hospitals that hold endorsements as crisis stabilization centers pursuant to existing law. Finally, the bill requires telecommunication telecommunication companies and providers that collect the surcharge to report annually to the division the average number of lines that met the requirements to be subject to the surcharge for each month of the preceding year. The provisions requiring telecommunication companies and providers to report certain information to division is effective upon passage and approval. The remaining provisions are effective 30 days after passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Severs-Gansert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 237. I appreciate all the work on this bill and all the amendments. It will be put to good use supporting the crisis call line, the suicide line, and also services that are related. And I know it took a lot of work to get this through, and I'm grateful for the amendments and that we can support it. Thank you.
Are there any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. SB 237 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly. All right, we're going to take a quick recess. The Senate is back in order. We are on Order of Business 13, General File.
Assembly Bill 408, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May, revises provisions relating to motor vehicles. People of the State of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly during next fall, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 722, proposed by Senator Harris.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt Amendment 722 to Assembly Bill 408.
You've heard the motion. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Assembly Bill 722, Amendment 722 to Assembly Bill 408 replaces the requirement of including certain information regarding hardship tariffs with certain requirements on deviations from the rates set forth in certain schedules and tariffs in the annual report submitted by a tow car operator to the Nevada Transportation Authority, revises provisions prohibiting the solicitation of a tort victim to employ, hire, or retain any attorney at law in certain circumstances, deletes language in Section 2 regarding fees charged at time restrictions related to the towing of a motor vehicle, and replaces hardship tariff with a lower rate in Section 3.1 of the bill.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Severs-Gansert. No. Okay. Any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Are there any further amendments?
There are none.
Okay, then AB 408 is ready for final action. You want to introduce the bill?
Assembly Bill 408, introduced by Assemblywoman.
Excuse me, I just wanted a 1-minute recess.
All right, we'll take a 1-minute recess. The Senate is back in order. We are on Order of Business 13, General File, and AB 408 as amended. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Order of business number 9.
We are now on Order of Business number 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take Assembly Bill number 408 from its place on general file and place it on general file on the last agenda for this legislative day.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
That concludes Order of Business 9 and 13 on the first agenda.
Okay, the following bills are ready to be immediately transmitted to the Assembly. Assembly Bills 22, 34, 52, 54, 70, 121, 172, 193, 213, 231, 262, 272, 305, 364, 371, 373, 391, 437, and 439. Once these bills have been transmitted to the Assembly, the Senate no longer has the ability to take any further action. Are there any remarks or comments or objections? Seeing none, the following bills are ready to be immediately transmitted to the Assembly. Senate Bill 237. Once this bill has been transmitted to the Assembly, the Senate no longer has the ability to take any further action. Are there any comments or remarks or objections? Seeing none, we will move on. We are on Order of Business 16, remarks from the floor, introduction of guests. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Order of Business 16, I thought would be the appropriate time to bring up the issue of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The United States, as I pointed out in 2004, peaked out at 1,600 parts per million, tons per million. Since that time, the United States has cut our carbon footprint by 400 million metric tons. And that same window of time, from 2004 to current, China has more than doubled that. They're now at 3,000 million metric tons a year. Why is that important? Because we have absolutely hamstrung the American industries. We have made them less competitive. And, you know, when we had bills recently in our committees, we had one on natural gas piping that the unions all supported, and we had one on hydrogen fuel, which I also supported. But what was interesting were the calls that we were getting from our constituents who are deeply concerned over rising energy costs. And who does this impact the most? The poorest people among us. So while we talk a lot about trying to help out the poor and the needy, we are actually passing policies that hamstring the very industries that could help reduce the costs of the fuels. We have recently had the city of Berkeley outlaw gas stoves. In New York State, they are outlawing the ability of businesses and residences to have gas piping to the houses. They are deliberately undermining our ability to be competitive and use all the energy sources that are available at the same time. And if you believe in the whole carbon dioxide is causing global warming theory, all the efforts that we've done, everything, has been absolutely made superfluous, worthless, because of the constant expansion in China of coal-producing power plants. Now, in 1998, in the Kyoto Treaty, China promised the entire world that they would voluntarily cut back their carbon emissions to their 1990 levels, which is approximately 900 million metric tons. In 2023, they have now exceeded 3,000 million metric tons a year, and they are laughing in our faces because they continue to tell us that they are going to convert to a green energy economy, and they are doing nothing of the sort. Not only that, they had an extra laugh because there are many people in this room who are delighted by the fact that we are going solar in Nevada, and if you've driven around the state, you'll see literally thousands of acres of solar panels now all over this state, and people have been bragging about the fact that solar energy costs have been going down. But what they don't tell you is one of the reasons those costs have been going down is those solar panels are being produced in China. And guess what? China doesn't have prevailing wage laws. They don't have child labor laws. They don't have 40-hour work weeks. And the reason you can get those solar panels so much cheaper is because some poor guy in China or lady is working for nothing, almost on a slave labor basis. So yeah, guess what? Solar panel costs will come down if you don't have to pay anything in labor. Not to mention the fact that now that many of those panels are reaching their 25-year life expectancy and are beginning to fill our landfills. So when you look at this whole thing, and I gave you the graph, I would appreciate it, and this is not from some conservative right-wing news outlet, this is from the British Broadcasting Corporation, and you look at the timeline graph, which goes from 1959 to 2022, and you look at the growth in China's carbon output, and you look at all the efforts we've made in the United States, that's all been absolutely made worthless by the constant expansion. And by the way, we share the same atmosphere. The idea, well, who cares what happens in China? It's the exact same atmosphere that we are trying to reduce the amount of carbon in, and they are pumping the stuff out. For every one particle of carbon dioxide we're removing, they're putting 4 and 5 parts into the atmosphere at the exact same time. So I would strongly urge us to give serious consideration to this bigger picture, because for those of us that I'm very skeptical of the carbon dioxide causing global warming theory. But for those of you that are true believers, fine and dandy. But I would like you to look very carefully at what the output is from China. As we continue to reduce ours, they are maximizing theirs. They are going for global hegemony. Everybody knows it. And we are helping finance that. And there's even some weird connections that you wouldn't even think about. My colleague from the historic west side of Las Vegas has a bill that I support trying to basically penetrate the corporate veil to figure out who these big companies are that are buying up all the rental properties in Clark County and driving the rents through the roof. If you'll notice as well, in California, you see this massive spike in the price of housing. You see in the Midwest, there are states that have now passed bills outlawing the ability of China to purchase farmland. Why is that? Why is that somehow related to this? Because they have a massive trade surplus in dollars, and those dollars have to be spent into our economy. And I suspect if my colleague's bill goes through and we actually have an opportunity to see who these giant corporations are that are buying up all the rental houses, there's going to be a strong tie to China, because those dollars have to come back and be spent into a dollar economy. So there are a lot of other bigger pictures here, not just the carbon footprint angle. So I would urge my colleagues, just look at that graph from the BBC and then say, is it really worth what we're doing to our industries, to our economies, and to the poorest people among us who are now paying almost double in energy costs what they were only a few years ago when we had full energy production under the previous administration? So with that, Mr. President, I thank you very much for this time. I urge my colleagues to give this serious consideration. This is obviously a long-term discussion, but if we really want to help our own people, we should start looking at what is best for the United States and look at the big picture on this stuff. We are being laughed at by China for being a bunch of fools and gullible people for accepting what I think is the biggest swindle in world history. While we are literally cutting our own production down to nothing, they are expanding and laughing in our faces at it, while at the same time promising that they are transitioning to a green energy economy, when in fact they're doing the exact opposite and are building coal-fired power plants at the rate of 2 a week. So we need to look out for what's best for the United States and go back to what the previous administration was doing, and that is expand energy production in the United States and make energy costs come down, which will be beneficial not only for us, but will make our industries and our businesses more competitive on the global market, and we will be able to fight back against this constant expansion of China into all of our markets and even affecting our rental markets here in the United States. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Buck.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as we come to the end of the school year for many children, the end of the 2022-23 school year, for many of our school children, and congratulations to all of the graduates that are out there. I know that our colleague from Senate District 18, he's headed down to celebrate his daughter's graduation, and for that we are celebrating that also. I also want to congratulate my 11-year-old son Barrett for finishing the 4th grade, and my 13-year-old son Branson for finishing middle school. I know the end of the school year is either yesterday, today, tomorrow, or next week. The mommy guilt is real. But I want my boys to know that I'm very proud of them and I love them. Also, a big congratulations to my husband, Eric Buck, for being promoted to Deputy Chief at 2 o'clock today was his promotion ceremony. In my absence at the ceremony, my boys will be pinning on his badge, and I'm very proud of him and his esteemed career serving Henderson the past 23 years. This man has been so incredible, just integrity, work ethic, and just wonderful support of our family. And so just to brag on my husband just a minute, he can fix almost anything, which isn't very good when you want a new refrigerator because the ice machine's breaking. So everything he can fix. And when he couldn't fix the air conditioner, he went to school for it and then does that also on the side. But it's not where we make a lot of money on his side gigs, because oftentimes he does them for friends, family, and a lot of times for charity. Fixing people's air conditioners in Southern Nevada is definitely great, as he comes back with a 12-pack of beer as payment. But he has just such a giving, caring heart. He also has a great passion for being a pilot. And so a couple years ago, he decided he wanted to be a pilot. And so we've been fortunate enough to have him fly us around here and there. And it definitely makes the West smaller when you're able to go by plane. And he's just the best daddy. Currently solo daddy, as many of my colleagues have their kids in Southern Nevada, because you don't want to disrupt their lives too much. So, and Papa E to our 2 grandchildren. Anyway, I just wanted to stand up today and congratulate him. At 2 o'clock, he was pinned, and I'm very, very happy for him. I'm grateful to the Lord for him being able to share my life with him. He's just been an incredible partner in my life. Thank you.
Any further remarks from the floor? Seeing none, we will go to the second agenda, Order of Business 4, reports of committees.
Mr. President, your Committee on Commerce and Labor, to which are referred Assembly Bills numbers 218 and 392, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Pat Spearman, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate Bill number 88, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation to pass. Also, your Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate Bill number 291, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation to pass. Also, your Committee on Finance, to which were re-referred Senate Bills numbers 234 and 281, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation to pass as amended. Also, your Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate Bill number 290, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and to pass as amended. Signed, Senator Marilyn Dondera Loop, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, to which was referred Assembly Bill number 242, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator James Orenshaw, Chair. End of reports.
Order of Business 6, messages from the Assembly.
Assembly Chamber, Carson City, May 25th, 2023, to the Honorable the Senate. I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly on this day passed Senate Bills numbers 501, 503, and 504. Signed, Carol Ayala Sala, Assistant Chief Clerk of the Assembly. End of messages.
Order of Business 8, waivers and exemptions.
We have no waivers or exemptions at this time.
Order of Business 9, motion, resolutions, and notices.
We have nothing under Order of Business 9 at this time.
Order of Business 12, second reading.
Assembly Bill 49, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Judiciary, revises provisions relating to criminal procedure. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
Amendment number 665, proposed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 665.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Scheibel.
I move to adopt Amendment 665 to Assembly Bill 49.
You've heard the motion. Senator Scheibel.
This amendment adds language providing that if a petition for habeas corpus challenging a judgment of conviction or sentence is denied, the petitioner must not be released on the petitioner's own recognizance or admitted to bail pending an appeal, and authorizes service of certain legal documents related to criminal cases and post-conviction petitions by electronic means.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB AB 49 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and the general file.
Assembly Bill 65, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Education, revises provisions relating to education. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 732, proposed by the Senate Committee on Education.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Lang.
I move to adopt Amendment 732 to Assembly Bill 65.
You've heard the motion. Senator Lang.
Amendment 732 to Assembly Bill 65 allows a public school to admit a child enrolled in pre-kindergarten during the school year of 2022-2023 to be kindergarten for the school year 23-24 if the child is 5 years old after August 1st but before the first day of school, and promote a pupil who is enrolled in and successfully completes kindergarten and first grade during this school year and the next school year to the next grade level for the following 2 school years, regardless of his or her age.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Are there any further amendments?
I have amendment number 733, proposed by Senator Harris. This amendment is consistent with amendment number 732.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 733 puts some guardrails around when a Board of Trustees meeting can go beyond 11:59 p.m. or needs to require additional notice.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 65 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 75, introduced by Assemblyman Yeager, revises certain requirements relating to securities. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 728, proposed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 728.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Scheibel.
I move to adopt Amendment 728 to Assembly Bill 75.
You've heard the motion. Senator Scheibel.
This amendment restores provisions of the bill concerning registration by qualification and the registration fee associated with all other securities that fall outside the provisions relating to sales to certified investors, and adds new language setting the income level necessary for an individual to become a certified investor at $100,000 and for a couple to do so at $150,000.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 75 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 114, introduced by Assemblywoman Thomas and Senator Nguyen, revises provisions governing the Nevada Early Childhood Advisory Council. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
Amendment number 567, proposed by the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senator Donate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Donate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the amendment.
You've heard the motion. Senator Donate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 567 to Assembly Bill 114 makes various changes to the members of the Nevada Early Childhood Advisory Council and updates language relating to tribal organization representation.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 114 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and the general file.
Assembly Bill 285, introduced by Assemblywoman Taylor, etc., revises provisions governing school safety and student behavior. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 701, proposed by the Senate Committee on Education.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Lang.
I move the Senate adopt Amendment 701 to Assembly Bill 285.
You've heard the motion. Senator Lang.
I ask everyone to please bear with me. This is pretty lengthy. Amendment 701 to Assembly Bill 285 does 15 things. 1, it includes additional topics and process concerning the Progressive Discipline Plan in the plan to offer educational services and behavioral supports to a pupil who is removed from the classroom or school premises. 2, it provides for the suspension, expulsion, and permanent expulsion of certain pupils who are at least 11 years old rather than pupils who are less than 11. 3, it provides that pupils younger than 11 may be suspended in certain circumstances and upon review and approval by certain school officials, and generally prohibits the expulsion or permanent expulsion. 4, it allows a school to request an exception to related prohibitions from the Board of Trustees of the school district. 5, it requires certain pupils who are suspended or expelled to enroll in an in-person alternate education program. 6, it provides that a pupil deemed a habitual disciplinary problem must be at least 11 years old and requires written evidence showing reasonable efforts were made to develop a behavior plan and requires a progressive discipline plan to be completed for such pupil. 7, it requires the Nevada Department of Education to develop examples of progressive discipline plans based on restorative justice and to include reinstatement guidelines. 8, it removes subsection 2 of section 6 concerning the presumption that a pupil's behavior is caused by homelessness unless evidence indicates otherwise, and requires the principal and others to consider whether a pupil's experience with homelessness or foster care has contributed to his or her behavior throughout the bill. 9, it expands the data collection to include additional metrics and requires this data to be submitted to the NDE to be included in a statewide system of accountability and annual report for accountability. 10, it changes the process from, quote, before to, quote, upon the removal of a pupil from a classroom or other public school premises in subsection 6 of section 5.5. 11, it requires each school district superintendent and administrative head of each charter school and university school profoundly gifted pupils to include provisions that authorize the temporary removal of a pupil from a classroom and other premises of a public school with a plan to provide for restorative discipline of pupils and on-site review of disciplinary decisions. 12, it requires that such entities issue a revised plan by September 30th of each school year that reflects comments provided by the school and educational personnel and requires the principal to post and distribute the plan. 13, it requires that if a superintendent of public instruction determines that certain data indicates disproportionality in discipline actions or insufficient to determine its existence, the superintendent must issue a notice with areas of concern and a corrective period to implement a framework to reduce such disproportionality. And if there is no measure of progress, an alternative plan for mandatory implementation must be issued. 14, it requires that upon the review of a pupil's record of discipline, if it's determined that the pupil does not have certain habitual disciplinary problems, an appeal can be made. And finally, 15, makes additional conforming changes to include charter schools and university schools for the profoundly gifted pupils.
Thank you. Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 285 as amended is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 340, introduced by Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong, etc., revises provisions governing certain actions and proceedings relating to real property of the people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do not as well, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 677, proposed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 677.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Scheibel.
I move to adopt Amendment 677 to Assembly Bill 340.
You've heard the motion. Senator Scheibel.
This amendment deletes a requirement from Sections 2 and 6.5 that certain documents be served to a tenant along with a file-stamped copy of an affidavit of complaint and copy of a summons regarding a summary eviction, makes technical corrections relating to summary orders for removal, eliminates moot provisions requiring the court to automatically seal an eviction case court filing during the COVID-19 emergency, and makes other revisions as necessary for internal consistency.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 340 is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 444, introduced by Assemblywoman Backus, revises provisions concerning child welfare. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and to Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 676, proposed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 676.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Scheibel.
I move to adopt Amendment 676 to Assembly Bill 444.
You've heard the motion. Senator Scheibel.
This amendment adds language clarifying that sections 2 through 38 of the bill do not apply if a parent of an Indian child is voluntarily terminating his or her parental rights and an extended family member of the child is subsequently adopting the child, an Indian child is being adopted after being born to a gestational carrier per gestational agreement, or an Indian child is being adopted by a step-parent or other non-biological parent in a confirmatory adoption. It also removes section 51.5 of the bill, referencing the State Register of Adoptions.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 444 as amended is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 452, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Judiciary, revises provisions relating to visitation with offenders in a correctional institution or facility. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 675, proposed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 675.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Scheibel.
I move to adopt Amendment 675 to Assembly Bill 452.
You've heard the motion. Senator Scheibel.
This amendment deletes provisions of the bill relating to the establishment and operation of a panel to review denials of visitation by a warden or manager, and instead requires the director of the Nevada Department of Corrections, with the approval of the Board of Prison Commissioners, to adopt regulations governing visitation of offenders that meet certain criteria, including allowing visits by electronic communication, allowing in-person visitation in addition to, not in lieu of that electronic visitation, establishing a procedure for a prospective visitor or visitor to appeal a denial of visitation, and providing that offenders have the right to in-person visitation. The amendment also establishes the Office of the Ombudsperson for Offenders, which is to be impartial and operationally independent from the Department of Corrections. It authorizes the Board of Prison Commissioners to appoint the Ombudsperson and contract with the person to serve as the Ombudsperson, and sets forth the powers and duties of the Ombudsperson.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 452 as amended is ordered, reprinted, engrossed, and in the general file.
Assembly Bill 465, introduced by Assemblyman Yeager and Gray, revises provisions governing the state militia. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none.
AB 465 is ordered to the general file.
Assembly Bill 520, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, makes various changes regarding state financial administration and makes appropriations for the support of the civil government of the state. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none.
AB 520 is ordered to the general file.
Assembly Bill 521, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, authorizes and provides funding for certain projects of capital improvement. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none.
AB 521 is ordered to the general file.
Assembly Bill 522, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, revises provisions relating to the compensation of state employees. People of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none.
AB 522 is ordered to the general file.
That concludes Order of Business 12 on the third agenda.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to take Assembly Bill 452 and please refer it to Finance.
Okay, we are on Order of Business 9. You heard the referral. If there are no objections, so ordered. We are now on Order of Business 16. Remarks from the floor, introduction of guests. Seeing none, we will now go to the third agenda, Order of Business 4, reports of committees.
We have no business under OB 4, 6, 8, or 9.
Okay, Order of Business 12, second reading.
Assembly Bill 218, introduced by Assemblywoman Considine, revises provisions governing landlords and tenants. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 638, proposed by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt Amendment 638 to Assembly Bill 218.
You've heard the motion, Senator Spearman.
Amendment 638 to Assembly Bill 218 does the following. Replaces provisions that make a violation of deceptive trade practice with provisions authorizing an aggrieved person to bring a civil action for such a violation. Requires the court to additionally award a successful tenant monetary damages of $1,000 for each instance of deceptive behavior and triple damages if the landlord's conduct was willful.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 218 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and in the general file.
Assembly Bill 242, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, revises provisions relating to elections. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 695, proposed by the Senate Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of Amendment 695 to Assembly Bill 242.
There are no objections, so ordered. Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 695 to Assembly Bill 242 removes the majority of the bill that came over from the other house relating to voting practices, however, retains the provisions of the bill relating to the required use of mechanical voting systems for counting ballots and accessible voting booths.
Is that a motion, Senator Orenshaw?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt Amendment 695 to Assembly Bill 242.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Are there any remarks on the motion?
Thank you. Sorry to be repetitive to the chamber. However, this amendment removes the majority of the bill that came over from the other house that related to voting practices, however, retains the provisions of the bill relating to the required use of mechanical voting systems for counting ballots and accessible voting booths at polling places.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 242 as amended is ordered reprinted and engrossed and in the general file.
Assembly Bill 392, introduced by Assemblywoman Kasama, et cetera, makes various changes relating to property of the people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 642, proposed by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt Amendment 642 to Assembly Bill 392.
You've heard the motion. Senator Spearman.
Amendment 642 to Assembly Bill 392 does the following. Makes provisions of Section 1 effective immediately upon approval, and any service agreement prohibited by this section, if recorded after the bill's effective date, is declared void and unenforceable. It mandates that by July 31, 2023, a service provider involved in a service agreement prior to the bill's passage must record a notice of the agreement with the relevant county recorder, and the notice should include all provisions mentioned in the bill. It provides that if the service provider fails to record the necessary notice by July 31st, 2023, the agreement becomes void and unenforceable, and any real property interest subject to the agreement can be transferred free of the agreement's restrictions, and adds a new section to the bill to set forth administrative penalties that may be imposed against title insurers, underwritten title companies, and their employees or representatives who violate certain prohibitions concerning inducements.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 392 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and in the general file.
That concludes Order of Business 12 on the third agenda.
All right, Order of Business 13, general file.
Senate Bill 88, introduced by the Senate Committee on Natural Resources, requires the Joint Interim Committee on Natural Resources to conduct an interim study of certain state agencies. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 2, the statute becomes effective on July 1, 2023, and a bill.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 88 requires the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Natural Resources to conduct a study during the 2023-2024 interim concerning state agencies that regulate natural resources in the state. The study must include without limitation an examination of the composition, mission, and scope of such state agencies, including the Board of Wildlife Commissioners, the Commission on Mineral Resources, the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and the State Environmental Commission. Further, the committee must submit a report of its findings and any recommendations for legislation relating to the study during the 83rd legislative session of the Nevada Legislature. Senate Bill 88 is effective on July 1, 2023.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 88. We who represent the rurals are very deeply concerned because the government agencies that are listed to have their mission and scope potentially revised, including the makeups of the committees that govern so many of the extraction industries, especially in rural Nevada. The way those compositions could be changed could be exceptionally dangerous for our rural way of life and our economy there. So while it is a study, judging from the groups that were aggressively promoting this, these are people that have made it very clear that if they had their way, we would eliminate mining, hunting, and other sorts of things in the state of Nevada. So I am in strong opposition to this. I don't think it's a wise policy to allow people who are very open about their opposition to certain practices in the state to then determine who the makeup of the committees that are the governing authorities for those industries. Basically, the people that set up the regulatory policies would be in charge of. So we definitely are very concerned about this one. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on Senate Bill 88.
Are there any other remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 16, the noes are 4. SB 88 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Senate Bill 234, introduced by Senator Scheibel, etc., provides its provisions governing communications with offenders. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none.
Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 234, as amended, directs the Nevada Department of Corrections to establish and administer a pilot program to provide telephone calls free of charge between offenders in the department's custody at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center and their families, and report the participation of this program to the Board of State Prison Commissioners.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. SB 234 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the Assembly.
Senate Bill 281, introduced by Senator Wynn, revises provisions governing public utilities. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 19 and Section 19 and a bill.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we go to order of business number 9?
Okay, we are now on order of business 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we take Senate Bill 281 from its place on general file and place it on general file for the next legislative day.
Okay, heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Senate Bill 290, introduced by Senators Cannizzaro and Lang, provides for the regulation of employer-integrated earned wage access providers and direct-to-consumer earned wage access providers. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, to enact as follows. Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 557, proposed by the Senate Committee on Finance.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to, to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
All right, if there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to adopt amendment number 557 to Senate Bill 290.
You've heard the motion. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 557 to Senate Bill 290 makes some technical adjustments for the department, or excuse me, for the Financial Institutions Division to be able to effectuate the changes proposed in Senate Bill 290 for the regulation of on-demand and earned access wage providers.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. SB 290, as amended, is ready for final action.
Senate Bill 290, introduced by Senators Canizaro and Lang, provides for the regulation of employer-integrated earned wage access providers and direct-to-consumer earned wage access providers. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, end of Section 1.
Are there any further amendments?
There are none. Section 37, end of Section 37, end of bill. This bill requires a two-thirds majority vote.
Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 290, as amended, requires a person who provides earned wage access services to obtain a license from the Department of Business and Industry, Division of Financial Institutions, and sets forth the requirements to obtain such a license. This bill, as amended, further requires the Commissioner to employ a certified public accountant to review and conduct audits and examinations of licensed providers, levy an assessment for the cost of conducting the audits and examination, and establish by regulation certain fees for the application and licensure of earned wage access services. The bill, as amended, authorizes the Commissioner to adopt regulations for the administration and enforcement of earned wage access services and requires the Commissioner to submit a report to the Legislature containing certain information relating to the regulation of earned wage access services. Sections 1 to 10 inclusive, 13 to 18, and 19 to 36.2 become effective upon passage and approval for the purposes of adopting regulations and performing any other preparatory administrative tasks that are necessary to carry out the provisions of this bill, and on July 1st, 2024, for all the other purposes. Sections 10.1, 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and 18.1 become effective on the date on which the Commissioner of Financial Institutions notifies the Governor and Director of the Legislative Council Bureau that the nationwide multi-state licensing system and registry, as defined in this bill, have sufficient capabilities to allow the Commissioner to carry out the provisions inclusive of this bill. Section 17 becomes effective on January 1st, 2024. Sections 14 and 15 of Senate Bill 290 expire by limitation on the earlier of December 31st, 2029, or the date on which the provisions of 42 U.S.C. Section 666 requiring each state to establish procedures under which the state has the authority to withhold or suspend or to restrict the use of professional, occupational, and recreational licenses of persons who have failed to comply with a subpoena or warrant relating to a proceeding to determine the paternity of a child or to establish or enforce an obligation for the support of a child, or are in arrears in the payment for the support of one or more children, are repealed by the Congress of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Stone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I enthusiastically rise in support of SB 290 as a former employer to dozens of people in the past. Many times your employees have emergencies and they need funds. And it was not uncommon that I would advance my employees some funds for their family emergencies. And I was grateful to do it, and they were grateful to receive it. We have a lot of blue-collar workers in Nevada, and you know, there's always an emergency that happens. And we have a lot of payday loan companies. Some are ethical, and some I would classify as loan sharks that take advantage of some of the most disadvantaged people in Nevada. This gives these people an opportunity to tap their own wages without paying significant fees or significant interest rates. They're getting their own money. It's a wonderful device that's going to help a lot of people. I would say of all the bills that we are going to hear here in this session, this one here will probably have the biggest impact on many of our citizens that need the emergency help. This is their money. I strongly urge a yes vote on SB 290.
Are there further remarks? Seeing none, the Secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the Secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 19, the noes are 1. SB 290 has received a constitutional two-thirds vote, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly.
Senate Bill 291, introduced by Senators Canizaro, et cetera, makes various changes relating to education. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1 and to Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
There are none. Section 3, this act becomes effective upon passage and approval. End of bill.
Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 291 removes the requirement that a student teacher must have completed at least 4 weeks of student training in a school district to qualify for employment as a substitute teacher, and appropriates $1,575,000 to Nevada's Department of Education for the Nevada Institute on Teaching and Educator Preparation, and requires the Institute to report to the Interim Finance Committee on each expenditure made from this money, and this bill is effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. Anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the secretary will close the roll. The yeses are 20, the noes are 0. SB 291 has received the constitutional majority, is declared passed, and ordered to the assembly.
That concludes order of business 13 on the third agenda.
Order of business 16, remarks from the floor. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to just take a very special moment. Today is, as you know, graduation day for many, many high school seniors here in Nevada. And this cute little guy is a 2023 graduate from El Dorado High School. He is in their magnet program. This is my nephew, Caleb Perry. And he is one of the first babies I ever got to take care of. And this is him when he was much younger. Now he's like taller than me and very smart. And we are just so, so proud of him. I was receiving photos today of him walking across the stage with his diploma. And it is, I am just beaming with pride because he went from this cute little kid who was just the funniest little kid I ever met. And I remember when we first tried to teach him how to like wink his eye, he'd say, "I'm a winkin'," and then he'd shut both eyes. And we're like, that's kind of not how that goes, but we'll work on it, bud. And so I think about that kid, and I still see him as that little kid who's showing me he's a winkin', and whose favorite color was orange, and who loved Cars, the Disney movie, and now he is, 18 and graduating from high school and remarkably brilliant and just a really lovely, kind individual. And I know that our family is just so incredibly proud of him. I was supposed to have this on a shirt to wear today so that we could all, he knew that we were here supporting him, but the shirt didn't make it, so I've got this little printout of my really cute, awesome nephew who is now officially a high school graduate and who I am immensely proud to call my nephew, and just want to congratulate him, and sorry we can't be there in person, but know that we're very supportive and just, it's just amazing. And so I just wanted to wish him a warm congratulations on graduation day. And with that, Mr. President, I would move that the Senate stand in a recess until the call of the chair.
Okay, we are in recess. The Senate will come to order. We are on the fourth agenda today. We'll go to order of business 9. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we take Senate Bill 408 from its place on general file and place it on general file for the next legislative day.
There are no objections, so ordered. Order of business 4, reports of committees.
Mr. President, your Committee on Commerce and Labor, to which was referred Assembly Bill Number 244, is of the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Pat Spearman, Chair. Mr. President, your Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, to which was referred Assembly Bill Number 57, is of the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended. Signed, Senator Dallas Harris, Chair. End of reports.
Order of business 16, remarks from the floor, introduction of guests. Seeing none, we will go to the fifth agenda, order of business 12, second reading.
Assembly Bill 57, introduced by the Assembly Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, revises various provisions relating to motor vehicles. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 724, proposed by the Senate Committee on Growth and Infrastructure.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 724 to Assembly Bill 57 authorizes the sale of a vehicle acquired by an automobile record that possesses minor damage and is not scheduled to be salvaged, and requires that every aspect of the sale, including the method of advertising, be commercially reasonable and undertaken with a reasonable effort. It also revises the definition of an arm's length transaction to one in which the buyer is not affiliated with the seller. It revises the requirements for vehicle inspection and testing for compliance with certain engine emission standards so that the buyer is responsible to ensure compliance prior to registering the vehicle. Revises notification requirements so that the automobile wrecker must post a notice in a conspicuous location at the business or on the business website, and wherever vehicles are listed available for sale, that the automobile wrecker is exempt from any requirement to obtain an inspection or testing of a motor vehicle for vehicles sold at consignment auction. It also requires the automobile wrecker to possess the certificate of title for the vehicles and to provide the certificate of title to the buyer upon purchase. It exempts the automobile wrecker from providing the certificate of title and certificate of registration to the Department of Motor Vehicles for vehicles sold pursuant to Section 3.3 of the bill, and adds provisions related to the towing of abandoned vehicles in Section 3.9.
Senator Harris, would you mind putting that in the form of a motion? You don't have to repeat everything, just make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the amendment.
Thank you. Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 57 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and to the general file.
Assembly Bill 244, introduced by Assemblywoman Torres, revises provisions relating to certain mental or physical examinations. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, to enact as follows, Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 738, proposed by the Senate Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, move that the Senate adopt Amendment 738 to Assembly Bill 244.
You've heard the motion. Senator Spearman.
Amendment 738 to Assembly Bill 244 does the following. It amends provisions to provide that the court-ordered or contractually obligated mental or physical examinations exclude such examinations where the person has a prior or will have a future doctor-patient relationships with the examiner. Adds new provisions that allow the examiner to suspend the examination if the observer disrupts or tries to participate in the examination. It amends provisions authorizing a person seeking action for a violation to first provide a written notice requesting compliance at least 7 days in advance of bringing such an action, and sets forth certain actions that may be taken to cure a violation. It amends provisions specifying situations where the bill's provisions are not applicable to someone ordered to undergo a mental or physical examination. And 5, provides that the provisions of this bill apply to compelled examinations conducted on or after the effective date of the bill, and makes the bill effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. AB 244 as amended is ordered reprinted, engrossed, and in the general file.
That concludes Order Business 12 and the business of the desk for this legislative day.
Order Business 16, remarks from the floor, introduction of guests. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I would move that the Senate stand in adjournment until the hour of 9 a.m. on Friday, May 26th, 2023.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
There is dinner in the Senate lounge if anybody needs to eat.
Senate Finance will be 6:30, 6:45.